fall deeper from the bottom. One drink, promise I won't fall. Pour my heart into this bottle, I won't call. It gets colder in October. Leaves turn pretty with the red. Think I lost her when I saw her, 'cause I said you took all I need. It's getting much harder to breathe when I've lost so much underneath. Oh, feels wrong to concede. You've broken a heart that don't beat. Oh, you've broken a heart that don't. I fell faster than I wanted. You've been weighing on my chest. Cross my heart, I'm being honest. I'm a mess. 5 months later, I'm still hurting. Cold nights fading into spring. Tell me, baby, was it worth it? 'Cause I think it's getting much harder to breathe. You've broken a heart that don't beat. Oh, you've broken a heart that don't beat. You've broken a heart. You've broken a heart that don't beat. You've broken a heart that don't beat. I fell faster than I wanted. You've been weighing on my chest. Cross my heart, I'm being honest. I'm a mess. 5 months later, I'm still hurting. Cold nights fading into spring. Tell me, baby, was it worth it? 'Cause I think you took all I need. It's getting much harder to breathe when I've lost so much underneath. Oh, feels wrong to concede. You've broken a heart that don't beat. Oh, you've broken a heart that don't beat.
You make my heart beat out of time. You got me losing my mind. I need you to save me tonight. I'm crossing every line. Think
Okay, it didn't die. I was just in the wrong setting for USB. I changed the USB setting. Hi Demi, hi Usk. How you guys doing today? Oh, my video stopped working. What the heck? Started your day with pizza. Oh, I'm jealous. I changed my button for focus mode, so it's now the middle mouse button instead of taps, so I stop yelling at people. So one side effect to having the base be I basically I glued the base layer to this line layer, and as a result it's still as wide as the line, so the stuff that's clipped to that layer just goes over the line. Whereas on Shins, there's a huge layer for the head that's basically just slightly larger than the base layer. So I could do it through the base layer and not have it glued in the same way, and it would still work, but alas, I must work with what I have. I was noticing that some of my lines don't match up with that, and this is the base face, so I don't know if it was just the way it was drawn or if I changed something, but I moved the, just in case I reverted the form. Oh. Huh. So it seems to fit if it's like here. Maybe I moved the guide a little bit. Yeah, I wish I could say that was true always, but it is not. Sorry if I'm low energy today, my head hurts. I feel like, I mean, while my sleep wasn't the best, I feel like I still got sleep, so, you know. for the hydration. I took my meds. I had a protein shake for breakfast. But yeah, I just need to, you know, wake up through existing. My husband agreed to switch dog days because usually on the weekdays I'll take them out in the morning and he takes them out in the evening. And then on weekends he'll take them out in the morning. So I was like, can you switch? And Fridays are more of a free day for him, so I think that's probably why he agreed.
There's no more time. I won't deny it. Please, no more lies. I won't survive it. No, all my dreams are crashing down. Oh, all my dreams are crashing down. Oh. Please, no more lies. There's no more time. Please, no more lies. I won't survive it. No, all my dreams are crashing down. All my dreams are crashing down.
I chose rigging because I felt like it would just kind of be for once, not because I feel like pressured to rig, but because it just seemed like the most appropriate low energy thing.
Please, no more lies. Please, no more lies. I won't survive it. No, all my dreams are crashing down. All my dreams are crashing down.
I was saying that I chose rigging because I felt like it was the most appropriate kind of like low energy thing that I could do. But I'm thinking maybe I could also do like a lighthearted game or something. I don't know, but it was for once it's not because I felt obligated or stressed to do rigging, but it was just like, I don't know. Perhaps it doesn't require as much brain. Not even brain power, just brain. Isn't this like a really popular song? Oh. It looks like, I guess it was a remix of some kind. It was literally just like the words she was singing. Ugh.
I know I'm moving my head, the memories won't stop playing back. And I want to be free from this mess and let go and forget what you said. I can't stop replaying the night you walked away. I can't stop forgetting the words you left with me.
As much as I appreciate the energy, I think this is a little bit more than my brain can handle. I can't remember what I was editing. Baseline. What does it say if I'm even too lazy to use my chore box, which is helpful for my endeavors? Why does it keep popping up? Lusk, if you're there, you never told me how you're doing. You just waved and ran away. I'm good. I'm glad. I almost said I'm good. I was reading what you're saying. Such sleepy much wow. Okay, so I took the time to check outside. That was a fire truck. So if you hear that kind of sound, it'll be a fire truck. Give it a breathing check. I wonder if it would be good or bad to have caffeine in this circumstance. It kind of feels like I'm hungover or something, except that I didn't drink. Unless like lemonade lychee or lychee lemonade counts, which I doubt. I have this fortune cookie thing that says, if you're feeling down, throw yourself into your work. I have that taped to my thing. I've had it there for a while, but it's just kind of funny. It's like I'm feeling down, but like not in like an emotional way, like just in a physical way. I woke up a lot. I'm not really sure if I slept well. I know I slept and I tried to sleep in a little bit. With like limited success. Why is it that I can't see this layer at all? Oh, it's because it's underneath everyone else. That explains it. So this one I go multiple key editing, draw order.
I'm so sad to live
Oops.
all away. Take your stuff when you won't see me again. 'Cause I can walk through fire and water and don't feel any pain. But you just want my life is stable, and that is not for me. You should let remember when we're living in this together. You should remember when we're living in this together, together. Together. You should remember when we're living in this together, together.
Yay, pretty. Why is his eyes closed? Just double checking that I didn't accidentally put because these meshes they're associated with the eye blinking. So if it got somehow mixed up with the direction, that would be bad. Too many parameters, spoil the soup. What the heck? Where did the eyeshadow go? Since when is it all the way out there? Oh, you know what? It's because I reversed it. I mean, I reflected it. I didn't mean to reflect it in that way. It's just like, muscle memory.
I think I should go. Now, baby, that you won't. 'Cause I know a way that these that we should take.
That was an ambulance. So I think one has the brr brr. It's a fire truck.
That these that we should take.
And then of course it's like you have the city or whatever, like or I guess ambulances are run by hospitals, I think. But you have them, then you have the fire department, then you have the police department, and then like there are ambulances that are like privately run. So their sirens probably aren't exactly the same either.
That these that we should take. That these that we should take.
Good morning, Afro. Hope you're doing well. They might just be lurking and not hearing yet, but either way, I appreciate them. After doing this, I like it's not completely done, even the stuff that I did here, but just seeing. Then I figured like if I do the face, like the shadow and stuff like that, it would kind of help. What's going on over here? Why do you look like this? admit this is something I had not necessarily accounted for. Although I can't really explain why it's not usually an issue. For some reason it won't exactly fit. But I think it's important to adjust the X and Y versus doing the eye actually blinking. So I feel like it would hurt more problems than solve. Oh my god, look at this. What the heck? Why do you look like this? Damn, boy. I don't really know why it's giving me trouble. Usually this part is like set it and forget it. Perhaps I'm losing my touch. Or perhaps this is what happens when you fiddle too much with something you've already done. This is why I prefer to restart rather than... Damn, something's going on. Towards uptown. Because sometimes I don't know what like the starting point is, and so I just kind of, you know, mess it up more than is necessary. And yeah, it's not perfect, especially the corner, but like the least of my problems right now. This has been my rebellious child. All my children are rebellious, but at the moment this is very much... Like, it always feels like, oh, this is the worst one, like, in the moment. But I'm sure I drove myself absolutely mad with other ones in different cases. I don't really... The difference is so subtle I can barely see it. I have a feeling this one's also going to be a psychopathy of sound. Okay. Why aren't they just like doing entire? What are you talking about? Albums. Yeah, at least this one is slower. What, it having too much energy? I take it you just like it in general. I'd definitely rather you like it rather than not. Oh, I'm glad. Dream of shrimp while you play this list. By the way, do you guys find it at all offensive when I refer to you as the boys? It feels a little weird to say my boys, so I try and avoid that, but I don't know. Good to know, good to know. Yo, ya boy! I'm starting to feel a little bit more awake now. Luckily, this blush is pretty, I was gonna say chill, but like subtle. So even if some things are a little bit off, it's not the end of the world. Where is the temple? Okay. This one I think is gonna be a little bit more tricky. Ideally, I don't want to do too much like contouring, for lack of a better word, in terms of like warping it. I say that as I stretch this out a little bit. And this I won't really even be able to tell until I have the other eye in. Just going to approximate here since so luckily, because this is the same, what I could do is do this. Oh. Or not. Oh, multiple select, that's what I was saying. No, I don't want... Oh, I want the opposite of that. This I want reflected. It does this weird jumping thing between these two. There's probably something else going on. But for this model especially, it's a test of wills and reminding myself to not worry about being perfect. And if he wants me to rig a model in the future, then it'll be better then. Kind of remind me of wings, like next to his head. You guys have any plans for the weekend? You're not gonna more coding. I was like, it's either that or trying the croissants again. Me? Well, the weekend is my work week, so I'll be streaming. Hopefully I feel better tomorrow so I can do more like Ace Attorney or something. When you say next Sunday, do you mean like this Sunday? This coming Sunday, or next Sunday, like the Sunday after that? Why are you crying? That just means when you have more time to spend with me. One day I want to have a soundboard to do accents, not accents, to do both one day, so. To do like, you know, like echoes and like reverbs and other effects, I think would be cool, / would add to the not energy, realism, you know what I mean. It's okay, the size is not everything. I'm glad they came out better though. Okay, let's see what his hair, putting on his hair looks like, because it's rigged for a different head. So we'll see what the damage looks like.
Have my faith in you and fire felt the same. Had hoped it would come true, but it all has been in vain. Why does
We need some more on this side, but
you go? Wish I could walk away and know the tears will fade. Was there a price to pay for mistakes I've never made? Remember all your words were
it's not too bad. A little tweaking, and of course I need to do all like the layer stuff because things are like flipping past each other in a way they're not supposed to. And I suppose that when this is, when I move the hair for like this side, the shadow will be covered a little bit more.
Wish they could stop. Wish I could walk away. Wanna leave all things behind me. How can I walk away?
Snuggled my bigger cat a little too much, and I had a little bit of a allergic reaction last night, which is no bueno.
Have my faith in you and fire felt the same. Had hoped it would come true, but it all has been in vain. Why does it still hurt? Why can't I let you go? Wish I could walk away and know the tears will fade. Was there a price to pay for mistakes I've never made? Remember all your words, why can't I let them go? Wish they could stop. Wish I could walk away. Wish they could stop. Wish I could walk away. Wanna leave all things behind me. Wish they could stop.
For a second I thought Evanescence was about to play. I'm like, for real? Evanescence was my childhood. I didn't really even have like an emo childhood or something, I just really loved Evanescence. Hold on 1 second.
There's nowhere to run.
I'm back. My husband just brought the kids back in, and I hear my cat going, meow, 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 because he wants to go outside and walk. Thank you, thank you. So the ears aren't perfect, but overall I'm pretty satisfied with them, and like there's something right here that I need to fix, for example. But I think probably I could they're kind of set back a little bit, but that aside, I think the guide helped there. You know, I always put off doing ears for a reason. At least I'm feeling more alive now. Almost 2 hours. Are they behaving? Because like I am going based off the thing, but then I'm just kind of like tweaking them based off what seems to make sense transition wise. Because like some of it will, because of like for example the placement of the shadow and the placement of the shadow on the chin, it's going to make things look more out of place in some cases, which is another reason why I don't always have all the features on. But I'm gonna turn off this and see if perhaps, because when you don't have it on, it seems more or less like, yeah, okay, I can see that, right? If anything, it says that I should adjust the shadow, I think. Now I have something like, you know, having the ear based off like a okay. Now I can see a bit better where the cheek might be, rather than just winging it. Yeah, I see move a lot more up and down than I expected. That made sense because my eyes were also moving up and down. Yeah. Yeah, it's good enough. Enhance your palm. I'm a teapot. That's cute. Thank you, cat. In case you're wondering why the ear keeps clipping, I have like a side cut thing, and I think it probably doesn't matter once the hair is in, so I'm just gonna leave it. I think I'll work for another 15 minutes, and then I will switch to a game. I feel like I should get in the habit of sticking to whatever game that I said I would do this week, rather than like throwing in one randomly. But at the same time, I am the master of my own domain. It's a pity that I don't, like, you know, have as much incentive to play Palia as I did before. I do have a soft spot for it, but it's just frustrating when there isn't anything really left to do. And the stuff they did add, I can't do.
Impeccable flows, dress code swap, living la vida loca, I'm large. Salute now, you can't command me, songs, my vocals worldwide, I hold my and march. London, New York, Canada, Prague, paparazzi snapshots, check my collage. My ego needs a verbal massage. London, New York, Canada, Prague. Impeccable flows, dress code swap. London, New York, Canada, Prague. Impeccable flows, dress code swap. Infiltrate music like espionage, big melodies sing like she called me son. Party harder than a full entourage, I see them from far dressed in camouflage. Infiltrate music like espionage, big melodies sing like she called me son. Party harder than a full entourage, I see them from far dressed in camouflage.
I will read it, because I am a casually hardcore. Oof.
Impeccable flows, dress code swap. London, New York, Canada, Prague. Impeccable flows, dress code swap. London, New York, Canada, Prague. Impeccable flows, dress code swap. Living la vida loca, I'm large. Salute now, you can't command me, songs, my vocals worldwide, I hold my and march. London, New York, Canada, Prague. Paparazzi snapshots, check my collage. My ego needs a verbal massage. Impeccable flows, dress code swap. London, New York, Canada, Prague. Impeccable flows, dress code swap. London, New York, Canada, Prague. 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 Impeccable flows, dress code swap.
Play with a bunch of these bangs, it's just a matter of pulling them out a little bit more. Oops, that is. I was wondering why the things popped up. Oh, cool. The URL, like the domain seems a little strange. Hide.
Three, two, one, go!
Reminds me when Dead Mouse was super popular. I wonder if I'm back in high school. Well, not high school, elementary school. I don't even remember. I'm so bad with times and years.
Hello. I'm behind you, honey. I've been waiting for you. You cannot escape your fate. Run. I've been watching you. I'm behind you, honey. You would better run. I am close to you. You can't escape me. 'Cause I come for you. But now, run.
I have a feeling this is gonna mess up some of the physics rigging. Actually, okay, it's not too bad. Where is the center? I no longer know. So do you guys have any game preferences? I'm feeling a lot more myself at the moment, so. Okay, I was thinking the same. Those might be something nice. Good old Dave. Still need to do the corners. Let me just lift up these corners because they're bothering me a lot. Died of old age. I think it would be fair to say like 5 rather than 6. Here, what's left here is the hair corners. Note to self, hair corners. Hey Shen, how you doing? Appreciate you, Lark. I hope you're feeling better today. I have some BFFs in stream. These guys are always here, can't get rid of them. Hopefully Shin sees your message. Might have been pulling a lurk and dip. But you can know that he, even if he doesn't respond, he still appreciates you. I know, because I'm his mom. Moms know these things. We have ears. Honestly, this is like the first time I've had ears on so early on. No, I don't have to take them off. I accidentally wrote Dave $5 rather than Dave 4.
Never felt so alive in my life. 'Cause you
Oh, there's a patch note.
me come to life every time.
Where's the date of the year? Italian language has been added. When using the mouse, a dedicated cursor will appear according to the location. It's cool. Place the lighting. I'm looking at all the spoilers. It's good to see that they're still working on it. Wait, I need to switch to game mode. Change the filter. Go. Emissions. Controls, smartphone apps. What I want to know is, did they fix that one with the yes! Fix the issue where the enhancement notification didn't disappear even when there was insufficient materials for the firearm enhancement. Woo! They even did updates to the Dredge DLC. That's cool. Okay, let's get to playing. Wow, long time. It's morning, and he wants eggplant and carrot, and I think that's in the farm, which I will go visit. So I may or may not be ready to face my PTSD for it's just already watered. To face my PSD for the minigames. If you know, you know. See if you can feed the cats. Feed the cats. Sense. Oh, they're gonna be fed once a day. Clearly, I knew my priorities. Wait, hold on. How much money do I have? 17,000? Should I update something? My stomach just grumbled very, very loudly. I think I might do my harpoon gun just because sometimes I'm even having trouble filling my cargo box, so I don't really feel like I need it. But Super Ally harpoon gun. Upgrade it to inflict more damage to fish. Oh wait, I already knew this. The way that the wording was, you know. Okay, that's max. Nice. Nice. I want to train some of the shopkeepers. Not shopkeepers, the staff. I was thinking to do it when I got back, but in the off case that I forget, I want to do it now. I think we're also hiring. Ooh. So we have Billy and Yone. Yone is good at cooking. He's good at serving. I mean, only if the cooking can go over 200 easily is like... Yeah, it's great that your appeal can go up, but that's not really what I'm needing help with. Oh, it has a new teacher. I think this one would be good. Ooh, we have great margin. Yes, please. I wonder if they did new teaching things or it's because I'm in a certain level now. I don't know. I think that maybe I should get rid of this guy. I mean, I guess I could dispatch, right? So is he any good at procuring? Not bad, could be worse. Can't I just look at the thingies? 7, 17, 14, 10, 9, 2, 7. Alright, let's roll. Like sushi roll. Whoa. Oh, is that like Halloween or something? For a second I thought they were making a statement on the fact that we hadn't played in a while, so... But they're bats. Oh. Oops. Ooh, look at that lighting. Kind of like that, but also it burns my eyes a little bit. Okay, so what's the new stuff? Robot Samurai. I was suddenly getting like, do they know that I'm playing Ace Attorney? Like, what's all the samurai stuff? How do they know? think you get any benefits for changing your shop and stuff, but it would have been nice if you could. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, time to dive in! My back cracked like a million times. It's a reminder for you to do your thing. Not prostrate, not prostate either. Posture check? Question mark? Also, but I filled up my thing this morning, but I must have been thirsty. Just to be safe, I am going to run to the bathroom real quick. We'll be right back. I'm impressed that the camera can catch me blinking even though I'm like significantly higher than it right now. Great. Seeing my kitty cat. My other cat will, like, Theo does it too, but sometimes, or not sometimes, every time I will kiss Django, he'll immediately start licking the spot where I kissed, as if to say, your scent is not good enough. But both of them do like to get pet a lot, and they start drooling. Like, both of them do. They didn't develop it at the same time either. I don't know, it's just... Sometimes you'll be rubbing Theo and you just see this little drop coming out of his mouth. I just think it's sweet. It's like, your cat is enjoying this enough that they're just like a dog. That's what I aspire. Maybe I'll add it to my my rig at some point, just like this little drop just coming out of my mouth, just like blue. Okay. I'm ready. Oh, also, yeah, we should keep an eye out for how they have, because this is, you know, pixel art and stuff. Let's keep an eye out for how they're doing things, you know? But yeah, I can also search for certain things. I mean, there's nothing I'm really searching for right now. Oh, can I search for the pink dolphin? Or is that just to check how much I have? Oh, maybe it's like you can see how much you have, and you can see what fish is found in which section, is my guess. Oh. Might be tuna time? It'd be cool if it could bounce off one and then hit another. Some of them clearly won't hit, like you see I'm very obviously missing, but at the same time, like, just need to get back into the swing of things, you know? It's too close. Oh! It's like they're like, I know what you're up to, dude. But yeah, so like when you breed fish, you get their meat, but like it doesn't seem like you can get like shark heads or something like that. Like you might have to only get those in the wild, which is a little strange in my opinion. Think about it. I'm afraid they're gonna go away. That's why I'm cutting them now. Well, he's like, nope. You know what I said about like weight and stuff? It's like I'm already a third full and I just got here. You like fragments? Look at that. Purple sea urchin. Oh, I don't know what like sea things there are. Like the, you know, the quests where it's like, oh, exterminate this, pick up that. Oh yeah, I forgot you can disassemble. Yeah, Usk, write that down, the degrading thing. Write it down in dev chat. Because actually Animal Crossing does that. If I remember correctly, neither of you guys have played Animal Crossing, right? I'll have to... Like, I had a game capture card, and I know it's in here somewhere, but I've like just been searching for years and I can never find it, so I don't know. Underwater Rifle 3! because I think you'll, I mean, at least to watch, I think you'll really enjoy it. It's very wholesome. It's a good time. Good feels. Oh my gosh, you know, if we find... What I do need is the frickin'... That frickin' cave with sea grapes. I can never find it anymore. Oh, it's tab, right? I guess what I meant to do was bring it back alive. But yeah, that didn't really happen. Probably because I need to tranquilize it. And how was I doing that? I remember there's like some way I was doing it like over and over again. Was I was using the gun maybe? Ooh, shrimp. Look at that little shrimp. It's like the perfect, like, dimensions. Not dimensions, it's the perfect, resolution. So... Oh, it's that big buddy. I'm wallowing it. I need it. Oh, he's fast. That wasn't too bad. Big Brucey. I'm up. He's only 15. He looks like he should be like 30. Something massive. Hey, horse. Doesn't it feel like coming home? Let's see what rare daddies in here. And one day I need to catch those annoying crabs whole and alive. Yeah, those guys. Oops, well, just casually missing point blank. This is fine. Go away. You are the bane of my existence. Hedgehog, seahorse. Anything in here? It's a barracuda. Take this, thank you very much. But yeah, I'm gonna when I get my Animal Crossing stuff figured out, I'm going to maybe I'll show you what my old island was, and then maybe I'll just like fucking make a whole new island. Like I can document everything I had, and then just get rid of it all. Because, you know, start fresh. Part of it's because I also had, there are these things called treasure islands where basically people would hack in items and you could visit someone's island and then take it. So I have a lot of stuff from like there and other stuff like that, and I had like finished my museum, I'd finished my aquarium, or actually that's part of the museum. The museum had like statues, fish, bugs, and like one other thing. So I pretty much finished the game. But at the same time, you know, I want to create new good memories. So I'll spend some time reminiscing and then I'll start a new game. It just really sucks that like maybe I should try and do it after I clean my room more, because it's like, because I do plan on deep cleaning my room, and it's like I wouldn't be surprised if I then suddenly found it, even though I had looked so much before. That would suck a lot if I... What's this? It would suck a lot if I bought a new one, because they're expensive. They're like hundreds of dollars. At least the one that I would want to get. Ow. I'm sorry. We could add Switch games to our repertoire. Although I do prefer playing games on PC, both for the fact that there are like achievements, and yeah, that's most of it. Like that's why, like for example, I finished Unpacking or whatever it's called on Switch, but I didn't on I don't have the achievements because on Twitch on Steam because of it. Well, like cute. The completionist in me needs a resolution. Exactly. And also now that I have like an audience, I can actually play it with people rather than just kind of doing it for my own enjoyment. Oh, I forgot I could disassemble this. Man, it feels good to be alive. This is the one. This is the whatchamacallit of Doom that I hate. Cave of Doom that just like shoots me everywhere but where I want to go. nice fish just clipping through the environment. Just how I like it. I wish I could check my phone down here. Or something to that effect. That guy's fast. Yeah, I'm almost full anyway, so I might as well just try and look for my baby sea grapes. I imagine Dave is like one of those guys where it's like, yeah, he's got like a thick body, triple C's, but his muscles are like out of this world. I mean, they'd have to be with all the work he's doing. Wait, can I dismantle this? No. White leg shrimp. Ooh, purple seahorse. Okay, it's not purple. It's all a figment of my imagination. I feel like I should go to the left because that's where I remember the Sea Grapes cave being. Like, you go down from there and then make your way right. Probably also a little deeper than I remember. Just because, you know, I haven't been able to find it for ages. Should dismantle this. Just disassemble. I'm just happy that, like, Twitch, when they count your, like, how many times you've been subscribed, it's, like, cumulative and it's not in a row. So if it was in a row, that would be so unfair. I might have to actually look up where the Sea Grapes cave is, because it really should not be this difficult. Hey, stop it. Shrimp. Open it. Grab it. There's a pink shell. Ah! I got you. No, let me go. I have about 30 pounds left, so probably end up being another shark, for being honest. Which we are. We value honesty here, in this house. I don't value that guy, though. He wasn't a threat for very long. Yeah, that's right. All the BM. I could use some oxygen. That would be nice. If anyone was so inclined. I saw like one eel. Oh, thank you very much. I needed that. But I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen more just poking out. Seahorse! I'm coming for you. No, don't go through the spiny bits. Ow. That hurt, you know. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, like how the map shifts, that it's just one of those things where, the map is shifted enough where the cave just doesn't exist right now. I really need to pick those up. TBH. Yeah, my thinking is if there were tuna on the left, there may be tuna on the right, so I should check up here. I finally remember my first tuna that took absolutely forever to get because I had no power. I have it now. I have power and seahorses. Jakar seahorse. I'll just be like, load me up, baby. Looks like nothing's happening. Maybe I'll go to the sea village during the next round. We get that fragment. Since we're all about upgrading these days. Shrimp. That's not a shrimp. It's a shrimp. Hello? But yeah, going back to the unpacking thing, game, I also realized, like, I think I played it a couple of times, but I realized that there's actually even more story that I just hadn't really, like, I didn't get all the endings type of thing. So hopefully one day I will acquire a very generous patron that will help acquire stream things, whether it be games or equipment. I have a throne, I should probably put it up and also update it. Yeah, they're very forgettable. JK. Okay, you know what? This guy, he's just been lonely and waiting to meet his maker, so just do him a solid. And now we can go find a escape pod. Wow, that was the shortest little scooter. Like, I might as well not even had it. Yeah, sure, maybe it saved me once upon a time, but right now, forget about it. Mullen. Yes, yes. Why should I ever want to eat them when I can race them? What's this? What this? Whiskey. Yellowfin. Always like shrimp roe. Thresher shark roe, nice. Hey, Dave, the crops planted a couple days earlier, ready to be harvested. Seriously? They grow so fast. All kinds of unexpected things happen at the Blue Hole. We need to prepare the ingredients for vegetable sushi before the customers come in. Hurry to the farm. I see, Reed. The weather here is incredible. The crops grow so well. Go harvest them for yourself. Let me pick this weed before I get complaints. Apparently, I can't. Mind. Such a cute way to pick it up. Like, I know that, like, Link does that, but it's so much cuter when he's doing it. Wow, the eggplants and carrots look really nice. Visit often and show your love, and the plants will reward you, probably is what it said. Now go take them all and help make vegetable sushi. I have other vegetable seeds as well. I'll sell them at a reasonable price if you want them. Don't forget that good ingredients are what make a good dish. Thank you. Now all I need is some white rice. By the way, who ordered vegetable sushi? Yeah, lift. What I want to know is, do vegetables go bad in this game? I'm guessing not. But you never know. And one thing is that, like, they're... What's the word? I don't remember what the word is. What I'm getting at is that, like, I can just plant all of these, but I don't necessarily know which ones will be helpful to me until later, so... But I think that I should... Bread and noodles. Onions are always popular. Let's go for onions. Oh. Are they just already watered? Because they don't... I can't tell whether it's watered or not, so I'm just gonna assume that it is. Will you ever be happy with me? Why? Oh, escape. Go research. Aha. Nice. So, damn sea grapes. Limestone cave. Where is the limestone cave? Remove jelly. White spotted jelly. So those are the only ones left, I think. White spotted jelly and that. Guess go to the sushi shop. I have some spinach and artichoke hummus I would like to nom on. Hey, look, there are Halloween stickers on the range hood. I didn't notice those before. I guess it makes sense that sometimes you just want to go straight to the village because it's at the deep end. Wait. Oh yeah, okay. That was this morning. I was like, did I feed the cats? I have. Let's see, how full is this? Wow, that is a lot. Oh, hey guys. I'm not sure if if I like keep like higher grade, are they more likely to make higher grade, or is it just kind of random? $69, alright. Oh, 112. Oh, that's a lot. Those sharks. Look at this big guy. Love him. Why isn't it that why aren't, what do you call it? I never see any seahorses. Can you not breed seahorses in here? Wow. That's a lot of big boys. Nice, I'm glad we have 2 of those. Probably already had 2 of those for a while. Oh yeah. I'd say the only downside to us being all, you know, maxed out and stuff is just that each dive is just significantly longer. I don't know if we make anything with clear lionfish, but we can have it. Have we seen a, what's that big mouth one that we keep talking about? Have we seen one of those yet? Or like, do you think they exist? We have mega mouth, but it's not the same as the, was it whale shark? This, the shop is so cheap, it's like, there's no reason not to, like 20 whatevers. Oh yeah. My favorite kid. I love you. I'll save you. I'll die for you. What kind of goodies do you have? Oh. so precious. I love when she's doing the singing. Wee. Hey, Piap's lurking. I'm still getting flashbacks from when I ate that, oops, like 2 days ago when I was like eating french fries too fast while talking and drinking at the same time. Like for the next day, my voice was still doing the like, weird thing. Oh, I guess I never did that. Okay. Yes. How's my seaweed doing? Sea grapes! Young plant. Oh, I can afford this. This will be my only way to get sea grapes at this rate. Okay, maybe not 99. I like that you can see them there. Is that cool? That's cool. How long does it take to grow? Oh, it takes time to expand. No! Chewy sea grapes. That's mildly uncomfortable. Okay. Ready yourself. I can feel it coming on. I'm gonna race some horses first. I don't want to face my enemy just yet. The dwarf seahorse isn't good at anything. That's a shame. How do I get rid of them anyway? I have so many. One. Oh. Okay, so this is a normal. Oh, it's just one seahorse. Don't think I have one that matches that, but I can sure as hell try. 70, 62. This will be the fastest. How do you even find those guys? Oh, they're so fast. Okay, dude, we tried. Okay, come on, go. Oh, so you're okay. I have a feeling we're not ready for this. Oh my god, look at these contestants. No thanks. No thank you. Okay, but how do I... Like, I can have a max of 50. Does that mean maybe I get rid of them later? You are my mortal enemy. Oh, the shivers. The pain that I feel. you reveal to me. It's kind of funny because I was using my finger and closing and stuff. Except that you can't see me. Seahorse, and this is an eel. Anglerfish. Seahorse, anglerfish, eel. It's not actually, the music right now isn't actually as bad as I thought it was going to be, so I'm okay with this. No, don't remember. Darn. You welcome my pain. Starfish. Okay, I'm gonna go on in here. This one? Oh, yes. Seahorse. Sunfish. This is a star. Anglerfish. Yeah, boy! Still got it. Anglerfish. Seashell. Seashell. You know, this was also a location where I almost died with IRL, or like choking on something. I feel like there's like a connection here. I'm done. I am showing restraint. I don't remember if he... I mean, I know he would have told me if there's like something I could do with him, but I don't remember. Oh, it's upstairs, right? Oopsie daisy. You know when your hand touches something metal and then you have like this metallic smell in your hand? That's what I'm smelling right now. It's bothering me. I don't know where it's coming from. I have a very sensitive nose, okay? Part of being a cat. Pelican eel. Oh, interesting. We already have one of you. Maybe it smells of iron? I'm not sure. Why? You have some information I don't know about? Yeah, he's blocking my way. I think I can melt it using the divine tree fruit device. No, it's not blood. I feel like I would recognize that smell if it was blood. I know what blood smells like. It's gonna bother me until I figure out what it is. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah. Golden fish. At least that one wasn't painful. Sometimes these are painful. Not even really painful, but just like annoying. And like there and there. It's just so tedious. I'm not really into tedious. Picture time. This mural here. I should take a picture and show it to Dr. Bacon. Did Dr. Bacon ever get out of that thing? Pretty sure he did, right? Like when he was in that chase. That was too close. Wiping off frost. I had to wipe off all the frost, really. Being that much of a stickler. Let's see. Huh? Oops, I didn't mean that. There, I can move up. Come on. Where do you want? Is this not it? Oops. My fingers just no. To get closer. Not too close though. I don't remember when we did the frost last time. I don't remember having to needing to do the whole thing. I can't go out any farther. So like, what do you want me to do? This feels like, this reminds me of Ace Attorney when I was trying to fix that jar. Okay, camera icon. Okay, that was unhelpful. else feel like they're not, being properly ratified right now? It's gonna freeze to death at this rate. A green light in the corner. I don't know which green light you're referring to. Oh, really? Oh yeah, I saw it. Thank you. I had to go down more. But yeah, I've gotten back into Power Wash Simulator in the efforts to get achievements, of course. Thank God for Usk. Okay, I almost pressed retake. That would've been bad. I didn't lose, like, health over that. I wonder. Oh. For some reason I thought it was going to be Twist. Okay, so I bet that... Where's the starting point, though? Because clearly it has to... Or not so clearly. Okay, so this is the part that's going to be going up. And that, the one on the left should probably go up too. Okay, never mind, change my mind. This one goes to the other one. Which I now have to move back. Don't people describe blood as smelling like copper rather than iron? I know it has iron in it. Now I'm like, am I bleeding somewhere? Are you bleeding? So bizarre. Anyway, okay, sorry. My nose is bleeding. those the enemies, the like mummy enemies. So I'm glad that at least right now we don't have to fight them. Good, the ice wall blocking the exit is melted away. Now if I go past it, I'll find a door to the glacial area. Oof, this place is cold. I could use a hot cup of green tea right now. This place is too dark to see anything. Right? I hit this fruit and it glowed. I should use this. This is just asking for trouble. Oh. Okay. Because of course we needed a giant one. A giant baddie. I'm not controlling it right now. Ah, what is that thing? That Gadon is humongous. It's almost unreal. Thankfully it's changed. Let me escape this place riding the current. I bet we're probably gonna take him down at some point. I know, right? Oh my god. Spoke too soon. Because I knew that when there's the bright thing, like, if there is one, that means there's gonna be mummies involved somehow. That thing shouldn't be able to escape since it's so big. Now he needs to get out with his current. Giant Gadon. No way! I'm gonna die if I get caught. Let's run away. Yes, let's do. Oh. Now we're playing freaking Flappy Birds or something. Ow. Oh. My butthole is clenched. That's not what I expected. Okay. Ah! Mommy! Help! Help! Ah! No! No, no, no. Mercy! Mercy! Something doesn't seem right. I think it's preparing to attack. What do I do? Oh, it's that divine tree fruit. I hate slides, so if we hit that. Oh, okay, I don't have to control it. Run. Run, baby! Okay, back in control. I have a glare on my screen. How lovely. Okay. Well, I haven't. I pulled over my curtain. Oh, there's no way out. My goodness. There has to be. Otherwise, where does the current go? Unless we just have to kill the guy. Thank you for that. Ooh, that was a close call. I think it fainted. Path opened up after we hit it earlier. Let's run away before it awakes. I was so afraid that they were gonna let me get in control, like to go down. I hate when things do that. At least, like with this game, they give you some preparation. It's awake already? What a disgusting creature. Let's run away. Oh god. Oh, I'm so disoriented. Ah. disorienting because it looks like a hallway sideways, but it's not. Did I lose the creature? No, you didn't. What is this vibration? Run, motherfucker. I shouldn't let my guard down. The current is flowing back to the right. There should be a way out nearby. Let's run away before it wakes. I don't have any health though, so I really don't want to have to... I have a feeling that when I was pressing shift, it might have not actually even been doing anything. Oh, shit. Thanks for the reminder. I'm gonna have to do this whole thing again. I'm gonna hate it. Oh, there's a light. I should be able to escape that way. Q, Q, Q! E. I didn't know we were gonna have quick time events. Oh. I managed to escape. I must barricade the entrance before the cold Gadon comes here. Oh, I finished that. Oh, I have full health again. That's nice. Fuck. Apparently that was good enough. Ooh. Another quick time event probably. Oh. This guy. Fuck you. I was gonna say he saved us. Suam? Humans are not that trustworthy. You should have already been eaten by that deep sea fish if were not I there for you. I admit it this time. Thank you, Swam. Haha. Well, we'll go find out what's happened in the glacial areas, you promised, human. Oh, I didn't imagine this place would be so cold. I'll freeze to death if I get on it further. Oh, you helpless human. Do you not have gear or clothes to protect your body from the cold then? I must first return to Cobra and ask him. He must have something to protect me from the cold. Well, we have no other option then. Let's return to the village. You see that huge mirror in the back? Activate it again and you'll be whisked away to the village. You pull the right lever. I'll pull the left. What if he dies? The guy's gonna come back alive, I just know it. I can feel it in my bones. Alright, we pulled these levers at once on my signal, okay? Well, you're kind of pushing them, not pulling them, but... it's okay. Good, now we can access the place straight from the village. Go back to the village and find a way to withstand the cold, human. Humans are so fragile. This is something unthinkable for a superior warrior like me, Swam. Your tail has been shaking for some time now. Are you really alright? What are you talking about? You're clearly mistaken, human. Let's return to the village for now. Achoo. Oh. I guess Krill went up my nose. I don't even know what that sound was supposed to be. Oh, you came. How was the glacial area? There was a huge Gadon in the passageway, so the glacial area is too cold for me to explore. I need something. You're ill-equipped to explore the area for sure with your light diving suit. Our people wear clothes with divine tree fruits and can withstand the cold. I'm curious, can your people tailor the divine tree fruit cloths? Tailoring? Cobra or Dr. Bacon would know. You seem to have talented friends. Take this cloth and ask for friends. Divine tree fruit cloths. I need to tailor it into a suit. It may protect me from the cold. Here's 200 Bay, traveler, for risking your life. no, did I enter it again? What will you have with me? Oh, whoops. 5 more spider crabs. It's hard to find them. Liver fossils. Fangtooth. That was it. So now I guess I can just go explore. Oh, actually, I think there's some fangtooths down here. Now that I think about it. There's usually one like right at the door that hits me. Never mind, we good. There's one. One day I'll catch you. But today is not that day. It's worth it for the starfish. What's this? Another comb jelly. Spotted seahorse. Okay. I'm surprised the jelly didn't hurt its friend. I knew I couldn't hit it, but it was worth a try. Oh, ow. I see you there, you little fucker. I'm just not aiming at it. Strong downward stab. Okay, but do I use it here? I still don't know what I use it on. What was it for? You'll see my focus go on since the light is tied to my middle mouse button. So that's gonna be kind of cute. Kind of cute, you know? I know that was gonna happen. Just wanted to double check my surroundings. Also, it's just a good excuse to use the scooter. I always seem down here. I always seem to find a scooter, and like, okay, if I use it, then I don't have one for a while. But then if I try to conserve it, then I find one, and it's annoying. Oh. Take this big boy. Okay, do you think it's gonna be more than 15 kilograms? Whatever. Oh, wait! Can I use this on the crab? I'm a genius. I mean, I still damaged him the same amount, but I feel vindicated. Finally figured out what it's for. Tranquilizer. Do I want this? Who would I want to tranquilize? I'll hold on to it for now. Then trade back. Probably will end up wanting to use it for something. Isn't this usually where the other shark is? The shark that doesn't look like a shark? I want to go up. Ooh, purple starfish. They should call it a sea star. The bee pushes up glasses. Politically correct. Heyo. I doubt there's anything new in here, but I'm gonna go just for shiz and gigs. What's with this music? Oh, I need one of you. Oops. Close. It's so annoying. It always bounces. If it's just a little. Oops. That's interesting. So you get zapped if you get it wrong. Nothing big in here? No big baddie? I don't remember what was in here. Ooh, frill shark. Actually, let me try to. Oops. Ooh. Kitty. Get my bullets, please. No. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I was kind of going through my head. It's like, you know, sometimes there are benefits to cutting versus just having it come up whole. And I think that would be one of them. Just the fact that you can get special items that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get. So you can't go up there? That's lame. Now let us pray that it can one day find the limestone cave again. Sally Lightfoot crab. Ay. I would have thought I got everything on this side, but I guess I'm thinking of a different one. I think that one goes down. This one goes up. I think the down one is in an area I've already been in. Oh, God. I had forgotten that I needed to recharge it. Oh wait. No one likes you. Actually, now that I think about it, this could be my chance. Either that or he just dies. He just dies. Okay, never mind. Why should I want to have a perfect whatever without any damage on it? What is this? Shell? Brown shell, brown shell. What do you see? Can I? How do I? Of course, one has to pop up right in. Ow. See, what did I tell you about always have? Like, it always tries to give me one when I have one already. Well, I think there was a health over here. Okay, now I'm gonna slowly make my way back to the scooter. Hey, Kyo, how you doing? Long time no see. Joe Bu Jen. My pronunciation was horrible just now. Oh, Joe. Jen. Happy Lunar New Year. Is that today? Someone was asking me about it because I was Asian, like someone from my neighborhood, which is primarily like Black and Hispanic. And I was just like, I know it's sometime soon, or like I don't know the exact date, but I know it's a thing that happens. Whoa. Whoa, okay. So using the pickaxe on normal rocks and stuff will get you double the yield. That's pretty cool. The more that no one tells you. I don't wanna die. Okay, so that means it's probably Lunar New Year tomorrow for me. But this current comes out of nowhere. Gotcha. Let me see. For this one. Oops, I didn't mean that. I wasn't sure if I caught one before. So I double checked. It's already been going for an hour and 38 minutes and approximately 26 seconds. Noted. I did all that exploring. Oh. Cute. Let me cue you. He ain't happy. Happy camper. Oh, I actually forgot to check what the weight of that other shark was. The Megamouth. I was curious. And I forgot to check. So, Kyo, are you doing anything special for Lunar New Year? Because, when I was younger, I mean, at that point it was only Chinese New Year, and, we would make dumplings, and I would bring a tiny lion costume dance thingy, and I would bring a book talking about the holiday, and yep, it's a good time. Sometimes I feel a little awkward just because people ask me like what my favorite holiday is or whatnot. I don't really like holidays aren't that important to me. Like I enjoy them, like okay, you know, mostly for whatever kind of food is being offered at the time. But otherwise, I don't really have a strong like need to do anything. But if I ever have kids, I would like to be more gung-ho about it. But it doesn't necessarily come out naturally. Damn, he has a lot of health. Oh, he damaged himself from hitting the wall? That's funny. You're funny, Hammerhead. Oh, also, Demi, did you figure out how to what's the word? Clip things? Because I know that that's something that we should get in the habit of doing if something funny happens. Big family gathering. I don't have a big family, so can't relate, but it sounds nice. Tramp. These guys. I'm glad to see the lag is pretty minimal on stream. Sometimes you never know. Big scooter. What are you called? Seahorse. Nothing down here. Okay, it's just coming from there. I eat fish like you for dinner. But like you see this little orange and white, that's a clownfish. It's like a kind of clownfish. Oh, frogfish. It's a clown frogfish. Oh my god. It's not a clownfish. It's a frogfish. Well, in a way, I'm not entirely wrong. It's just a clown fish. I wish I could, like, hire a scooter more permanently. Sometimes I feel like I move so slow. Oh, hello. Is this a Maki shark? Mako. Mako shark. Seahorses. I see you. I mean, you didn't answer my question. Big belly seahorse. Ooh. Ow. That was kind of close. I wonder, have I caught any... Wait, how do I open my inventory again? I? No? E? Obviously not E. Tab? No. Escape? Okay. It was escape. Man, I got a lot of crap. Black and white snapper. Oh, I thought it was a triggerfish. Yeah, you know what they say, the more you know. Oy vey, okay. Felt like a long one. And like theoretically I could just end a dive whenever I want, but then there's like FOMO. It's like, ah, not a good use of your time, you know? I'm gonna keep it to only ones that are high enough rank. That was an hour, almost. I went the deepest though. Happy Halloween. Guys, you're really... Oh wait, maybe it's Halloween in the game. That would probably explain it. It's a lot of pro. It didn't even occur to me that it's like... It's like not Halloween season. In my head it was like Halloween season IRL, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. No, it doesn't. Doesn't make sense at all. I wonder if I should hire this guy to make music for me. Time skip? Like, how does... Are you really that... You know, I don't know. They definitely changed the things. I don't know how or why. What's your idea? Oh, I don't have enough money. It's fine. Demi, are you ignoring me? I need 900. Maybe I'm gonna sell some. That's a lot of... Yeah, I asked you a question twice. Like, many times. I wasn't sure if you heard or not, but I had a feeling you hadn't, just because it's Demi, and Demi doesn't ignore people if given the chance. Oh, are you playing Palia? Tell Tutu to come in. But also to lurk. He could just come and lurk. I was asking, did you figure out how to clip in Twitch yet? So these. Yeah, okie dokie. You don't have to do it now, obviously, but just wanted to check. Seafood. I want to do it by rank. And then I go to the bottom. So apparently I have a lot more of these than I thought. I mean, I don't need to be doing this if there's no, what do you call it? I don't remember what it's called. There's no, like, weight limit type thing, space limit. We just have an infinite sush. But I still want a 900, so I need to sell something else. I don't want to use this guy, so watch me regret it because there's like another jellyfish night or something. Now I have enough. Ingredient prep. Yes. Okay, so now it should be really, really fast. Choose the menu. That simply feeds my need to have everything updated. Nothing shall go enhanced. Feels kind of weird to eat seahorse like that though. Okie dokie. Close to the full screen button. Oh, close to the. Oh, yeah. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you for your help. Okay, today's menu, max level. It's like, when it's something as special as this, you're not gonna get another wolf eel, I assume, so why would you want to? Hey Toto, thanks for coming through. I know that you guys were doing your thing. I dragged you in. Okay, so I need more rice. Thank you for coming through. I think this is one of my favorite sharks just because they're so weird looking. How are your weeklies going? Are you almost done? I need to find someone to play with soon. Soon, TM. or else I'm in big dookie. Not even really, and no. I need to... It's like even the Magi Market has been enough to keep me satisfied. Nice, nice. Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna stand here and restock wasabi. That, and I need to remember to clean dishes. Run in, I'm cleaning. Because if I don't clean fast enough, then they get mad. And I lose people. Like that. That person left. Honestly, as long as the drinks are settled, I'm okay with that. So I think I probably got like a 0.5. I mean like a 4.5 or 4 point, like I only got 1 off because of that person that got mad because they didn't have... It's the first time seeing this game. That's crazy. I used to play this game a lot, like on stream. Dave the Diver is awesome. It's like really... It's everything's so thought through, it's so fleshed out, it's crazy. See, like I just wanted one tiny little guy. The profit was good though. Yeah, you play Dave the Diver, and he gets sushi from the Great Blue Hole, which is a real location on this earth. And every time you go into the ocean, it changes, like what's fish in there, and the terrain and all that stuff, and very mysterious things. I highly recommend it. Dave, is everything going well? I opened the passage to the glacial area, but can't explore the area because it's too cold. Oh, your current suit isn't warm enough, I see. So the sea people gave me this cloth, but I don't know how to use it. The cloth is warm to the touch. This is the breathing apparatus found in the sea people's cave. I could make a cold-resistant suit if I have a mechanical part that could patch up the items. Mechanical part? Don't you have one from John Watson's suit? Oh, you're right. I bought some more. I brought some complex mechanical parts. This device that automatically adjusts water pressure. You might be able to do something with this. But it's too damaged to use without repair. If only you could find an intact one somewhere. Oh, I have a good idea. What is it? I'll tell you later in the evening. I need to organize my thoughts. Ah ha ha ha. I have a bad feeling about this. Some kind of mail is here. Spicy curry party. Hello everyone, this is a spice lab. We researched the perfect combination of various spices and ingredients. We heard that the waters of the Blue Hole are like a world fair. Oh yeah, that's another thing. It has fish from all over the world. All kinds of marine species. What kind of palatal? I've never seen that word. Like I know they're talking like your palate, but I've never seen the word before. Palatal surprises shall we find when various fishes and spices meet. We will embark on this culinary journey in 3 days. Our chosen ingredient is curry. Curry is well known for its anti-cancer, anti-dementia properties. Meet the new taste of Blue Hole at the party. Okay, so first things first. I'm going to go to thing, and I'm going to dispatch all the guys to get curry instead. I kind of wish I did that first. Dispatch. I thought I could like just select both. Order if that was a little confusing. Oh, the guy's still there. I guess it depends on maybe the level or something. Rice with purple sea urchin sushi. Do I want to increase this? I guess it's a little too late now. I did it. I done did it. I gotta feed the cats. I love this kitty so much. You're so cute. Okay. I don't have any high quality cat food. Try. You're so cute. Thanks. Can I feed Momo too? I don't think so. No, he just meows. Let me get the weeds. Oh, if I had a little bit more, I could expand the rice paddy. But I don't think that I can management myself from here. Nope. But yeah, Tutu, there's so much to this game I can't even begin to tell you. Yeah, but you're also seeing it after I've played several hours in. Because like in the beginning, you don't have that farm, you don't have this, you have much fewer people, like it's a lot different. And then it's like a meme that like every time you think that there are no more mechanics, they add another mechanic. And it's not like overwhelming, it's just like, oh my god. The facets have facets, have facets, have facets. Yeah, so this fish stuff, that like you can only get them by fishing them, and then there's a chance to get their eggs, and then when those eggs immediately go to this farm, and then also if you catch one that's like alive. Oh, now they're all grown. Oh, that's the ooh, still morning. Yeah. Bigger net. Hmm. I'll buy it. Also going to sell. Oh, okay, so you can sell this. I thought it was like a collector item, but apparently not. Let's see, what else? What else? What else? Okay, I want to change my gun. I have the harpoon gun. I want to swap this for... You know what? I'm not gonna swap it. I'm gonna keep it. And go over here, and I will see the sea people. And then I'll go to the glacial area. So the way that is when you're underwater, your oxygen basically acts as your health. They have awesome cutscenes. Next time I enhance the sushi, I'll show you. My baby, I love you. Go to the seaweed farm. How long does it take to expand? Come on. At least I don't have to water them. If I actually, can I use the mirror from here to go to the glacial area too? Yeah, I can. Nice, nice. Snow crab. Achoo! I entered the glacial area for the first time. Except that I don't have my gear yet, so I'm not sure what I think that I'm doing. Arctic cod. Polar eel pout. Oh. You know the creepy hand I don't like. Why can't I just want to catch it. There, that fish. Come back here. Gelatinous snailfish. These names are quite unique. Where'd those fish go? They're blending in with the background. I like how these guys casually have like more health than Like a whale, not a whale shark, a great white shark. If I go to the boat, that ends the day, doesn't it? I don't want to end the day. I have too much to live for. Onward, my steed. Let us get fangtooths and spider crabs. Nice cut, dude. Jeez. Need one of you. Thank you. Ugh, I hate this harpoon tip. I'm tempted to drop it just because I hate it so much. That's probably better than nothing. Hey, big buddy. No. Leave me alone. Mega Mouth. I bet there's going to be a pickaxe in here. Oh, a shovel. Well, I kind of need a pickaxe. Ironically, if one time you don't give me a pickaxe. Hey, I was thinking in my head, gray block? Question mark? Oh, hello. Good sir. There are no jellyfish this time. High quality cat food. I need what my baby deserves. Axe. Grab this starfish over here. See what's in here. Probably just a flashlight. Yep, flashlight. Now I make my way all the way back down. Yeah, that opal. Let's see what kind of big fish we can catch. So I have 2 special nets. Oh, rude. Anything down here? Hello? Big empty space. Is there gonna be a shark? Shark. Oh, I've already been here. What the heck? Did I just go in a circle? Ay. Slow and steady wins the race. Let me out of here. I'm a celebrity. Okay, I think the crabs are a little higher. Higher up. There is a rock. When there's rocks, there's usually something to drop it on. Being behind this guy. Ow. Nice. Well, can't really use that. Oh, it's the cookie cutter shark. Oh, good thing I still have my pickaxe. This one probably has one in it, but it doesn't. Okay, good thing I had it. My god. I was really confused by the fact that the sign was like behind it for a second. Purple starfish. Ooh, you know what? This will be my chance to... Finally! Ooh. Ooh. Can I do the same over here? Ow. I messed up. I have regrets. It won't jump. That's too bad. One day I'll get you. But today is not that day. Well, at least I got a bomb, I guess. Oh, grenade launcher. I'm just gonna disassemble that though. Don't forget to hydrate. If I had $1 for every I don't even know, flashlight that I found, I would be very rich. Oh, you know what? That must mean that those really fancy seahorses, they must be in the glacial area. That would make sense. Low-key just kind of want to get out of here. I don't think I went all the way to the left, so I'm gonna do that. Oh, it's because it's when I use the light, I switched. No, it tangles with my floof. If you're familiar with what's it called? What is it? Needle felting. If you're familiar with needle felting, it's kind of like that, where it's like a barbed needle, and it basically makes the wool more and more dense. That's not my head isn't that dense, but it's just like it just managed to stay there, floating. But yeah, so I used to have it on my caps lock, but then I changed it to my middle mouse button, and there's a mechanic where I had to use my middle mouse button, so it just works out. Another Krabby Patty. Time to die. Meh, more shock. Me no likey shock. Not a huge fan of poison either. Owie. Ow. I want the purple starfish. Hurry block. I taking many unnecessary dangers? Sure. Is it worth it? Not really. How much cat food am I gonna get? Okay, pick it up. Are you telling me there's something nearby worth picking at? No, I don't need that guy anymore. I thought I did, but then I don't. Oh, I do need this though. Hey, give me my give me my shovel back. I just wanted to kill him with a shovel, and it worked. Another poison. I don't know where I'm going. I mean, I kind of do, but I kind of don't. Oh my god. Is there another guy over here? Nope. You know what? I think that's good enough. I can just go back. Thank you, Kyo, for saying Happy New Year, Lunar New Year, and all that stuff. Oh, Demi making a very dramatic Chappa Pile return. Back from retirement. Or cameo appearance. Chappa Pile. Oh, I'm still tapped out. I was like, why is this not going? Rank 4. Yep. Sveshwa. Oh wait, so I want to know, does that count, the go water? Oh, I need 5 more, so I had to wait to those levers. No, I was just using the... no. I was using the flashlight. Tutu, this character's name is Sato. As you can see, the tribute. There's a lot of fun little things like that. Ooh, harvest pool? Nope. Guess I got that. They seem watered. Kinda looked like he took a leak. Hmm. I was considering doing some Ace Attorney after this night ends. Raised parrotfish. Oh, yeah, me too. That's one of the amazing cutscenes. This Bancho is this guy, and he's the master sushi chef. Oh, really? Nice. Good. So now isn't it complicated? It's like you can't really explain it easily to someone. Yeah, well, if you have any questions, I can always help. Poor Tutu, though, he's gonna be absolutely lost. Like, honestly, Tutu, you haven't even scratched the surface in terms of what this game has to offer. It's a really amazingly thought out and all around amazingness game. It just occurred to me, is one of the things I have to research the vegetable whatever? Please don't tell me it is. Please, 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 please. I know I should do this because I need to make curry. But okay, hopefully the guy just comes and we make it. So don't let me forget that I need to get that curry. Her ability to procure and her appeal is like so low, which I take issue with because I think she's amazing. Reminds you of Palia, except nothing alike. Then how does that remind you of Palia? Oh, it's still the afternoon. Gosh darn it. Now I see why the time skip is a thing. Well, I don't plan on being out there for a whole hour, so... things just aren't as difficult as they were. So, also there's Instagram, but it's called Cooksta. And sometimes, oh yeah, actually people were commenting I gotta like these. They're VIP people that come in and you have to, it's a challenge to try and, did I take it off? But yeah, you try and rank up and stuff. I say I need more research recipe, best taste, and followers. I need all the things. Tutu, I don't know if you were here when I mentioned it, but I was saying that this is a good place for me to take inspiration for like fish and stuff. Treasure shark. You know what now is a good time to look for? Frickin' limestone cave. Stop following me, you creep. Actually, I'll leave those there just in case. Probably a big baddie. I do some pew pew. And then I go back. Maybe I should have used that hush gun. Alas. I'm here seeking aid for the limestone cave. Now I'm kind of too far to want to go all the way back, but there's bullets here, so. Where's the big baddie over here? Give me big baddie or give me death. Apparently you're choosing death. Will I ever find the limestone cave? I have a feeling I'm not. It was a once in a lifetime deal. Don't tase me, bruh. limestone. Whenever I see the spiky things, I'm always like, ah, there's a chance. But it's a lie. It's all a facade. To me, made a mockery of. It hurts. Hurts my soul. Ah, no! You win this time, Current. I won't forget it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, stop. Hello, come back down, please. Missed. Shameful. Nice, nice. Get you. Shrimpy. Come on, guys, go away. You're so annoying. Oh, Marlin. Now you, I bring up. You guys are looking quite cave-like over here. Might you be in the in what's the word? In the market. Would you possibly be in the market for? I don't even remember what I was gonna say. Listen. I should just face the fact that I'm never gonna find that cave. It's like by this time, even though the map changes, I still can more or less like find my find my way around. So I know where it's supposed to be. It's not there. Give me another big one I can shoot at. just fill up my pockets with this guy. I like to keep the drone for the sharks. Seriously, it's like very mysteriously empty. Try this hush dart on that guy. I don't know if he counts as a normal, as they say normal fish. You can try. Give us some time. Or not. Maybe it's just a chance of, or he just metabolizes it. Okay, well, I tried. Goodbye, Big Brucey. You don't need boxing gloves. Boxing gloves, schmoxing glug, gub. Yeah. You know what I mean. Boxing gloves, schmoxing gloves. Yes, I'm still playing it in my head, trying to figure it out. Yeah, I'm just gonna find one more shark and then I'm gonna go end the day. Hopefully get some rice. Okay, thanks for the lurk. And that's all she wrote. Just gotta grab this rock here. And just... Boop. Oh, there's another one. Well, might as well, just for shits and gigs. I go home now? It's a Vipey's favorite weapon. If Vipey and Von Karma had a baby. Ow. I'm just looking for this guy right here. I just want to go to the drop off. Oh. Ooh, lion seahorse. Don't mind if I do. So what's the idea you mentioned earlier? Oh, that? If you want to infiltrate the Sea Blue base and retrieve the mechanical part, me? Go to their base? Sea Blue folk were scouting the area using underwater drones last night. Follow those drones and you'll find their base. That sounds very dangerous. Don't worry, I prepared an infiltration suit with camouflage patterns. It will hide you from plain sight at night. No guarantees though. Anyways, it's not dark enough yet. I'll see you later when I close the bar. Damn, how dark do you need it to be? Juju, I have another funny cutscene if you're interested. What happened here? Oh, weeds. Oh, didn't I plant something here? Okay. This one. I was hoping it was gonna be the one. He's like a total weeb. I was hoping it was gonna be one of those. And it wasn't, but maybe if I upgrade. Poison launcher. Gravity launcher. Wolf eel gill. I'm gonna try it. Okay, this is the one I meant. Sounds rather, intense. Oh, that was the one I was missing. Nice. didn't I? What other weeds are there? I swear I'm being gaslit. I took out all the weeds. There are no weeds. Oh, yeah, I want to look at a shop. Shop, please. I don't even know if I definitely planted something there, but I guess it didn't count for some reason. They said they fixed this bug. Okay, they did. Never mind. I don't know what I saw that I didn't see before, but... Sushi?
Yeah.
Hey, are you ready? Right on time. Have a seat, it won't take long. Yeah, this is a new one. I will do the honors. Oh my god. Yeah, this is it. The taste of this vegetable sushi reminds me of my younger days.
Get out.
Your vegetable sushi is perfect. What's the secret? I'm pretty sure he just said get out. All I did is seasoning properly. I also had some help from my acquaintances for the ingredients. Son?
What?
Dad? I wondered who'd eat something like vegetable sushi. I didn't know it was you. I heard people talking about someone who looks like you. That's why I came to visited here to order vegetable sushi. It's been 8 years since you left home. You never contacted us since. Well, it's kind of a long story. There was a storm and I got shipwrecked on an uninhabited island. I think they're making a, they may possibly be making a reference to Odysseus. It was just trees in the sea. I worked hard to get food and water, and sometimes hunted wild animals with a harpoon gun and roasted them. I had to spend some years on the island until I got rescued and settled here. What a story, Dad. I wanted to visit home after securing a stable life here, but it took so long and time flew. I'm sorry, my boy. The folks of the village think you abandoned us, Dad. My friends pitied me, some even mocked me.
Yeah.
I began writing music and singing songs to relieve stress, and I became a rapper. My son has grown into such a fine young man even without me. I'm proud of you, son.
Yeah.
I blamed you so much at first, but the music healed me, gave me inner peace. Oh, since you came all this way, why don't you stay at my farm?
Get out.
Of course, like old times. Haha, since you're all grown up, we can grab some beer together. Oh, what a plot twist. That rapper was the son of Otto. They have something in common. Both are quite talkative. Yeah, I agree. This is a good thing. Bacho Sushi helped them to reunite. The two must have much to say. I hope they can resolve their misunderstandings. Ooh, Sammy vinyl record. Nice. Dispatch for Black. I'll just have to remember to expand the thingamajig another time. Wow, good money. Why does vegetable sushi cost so much money? Doesn't make sense to me. No, we can't spend these sea grapes. They're too precious. I only have room for one? Oh, because I don't have enough sea urchins. Oh, I just realized what that icon was when it was like a knife cutting sushi. I kept wondering because it would just kind of randomly appear. And now I think I get it. And it has to do with one of the staff, ingredient prep expert. 50 chance of creating number of plates. Okay, so while putting it on the menu, I was able to add more bang for my buck, so to speak. No, don't enhance. It's tempting, but don't. And then guess this one would be fine. I'm glad you appreciated them too. I think that's everything. I'm gonna stand right here, ready for all the dirty dishes. That raptor so fast. This is kind of a test of like, was it worth like ignoring the wasabi to clean up, and I think it was. Hello, last customer. Oh, I'm glad you appreciated the cutscenes. Ooh, lots of money. Look at that. Wow. Wowee. Oof, this should be enough. Dave, you're here. It's so dark. Are you sure there's something there? I know, right? So much care. Just put on this infiltration gear. It'll help you stay unnoticed. But I don't want to go down there right now. Can I just not? Oh, I feel like I'm being a secret agent. Dressed for success. You look ready to enter Dark Moses Island and that. Well, get in the water. You'll see roaming drones underwater. Follow them unnoticed. I bet they'll take you to Sea Blue's base. Alright, leave your weapons here. What? You want me to infiltrate their base unarmed? Sea Blue runs tight security system with sentry drones and sensors. If one of them detects a weapon, they'll alert the base immediately. This is a covert operation anyway. Going in secretly and coming back with a mechanical part. Simple, right? Yeah, no, this game goes the extra mile and then another, like, 1,000 miles. What am I doing here? Skipping sleep. have a choice, do I? Fuck. And so continues the endless day of thingies. That was kind of weird how it was like dark and then lit. That must be one of the Sea Blues sentry drones. I should follow it from a distance. Really? Yeah, I get it, but there's also a giant thresher shark after me, so fuck you and your drones, bruh. Oof. Oh, a hidden entrance? I should hurry before the door closes. Once again, I'm glad they didn't make that part of the gameplay, because they easily could have. Oh, at one point you have to like cut open something. Like a few times you have to like weld something together or cut something open, and that is also its own mechanic, like its own little mini game where you have to keep it within the circle. Isn't this too big to be a hidden base? What are these facilities for? They're mass producing fish. Machines process dolphin meat? No! I'm confused. Aren't Sea Blue environmentalists? What in the world are these for? I must find some mechanical parts for now. That's a lot of dolphins! Get special suit components from the top floor. Be careful not to get caught by soldiers or cameras. It's cute. What are we, freaking Snake? Oh, I thought we were gonna hide under it. Let me put this hummus away. John Watson? More like John Knotson. Oh. I'm gonna walk over, right? Oh wait, I can stand here. I thought it was I had to climb over it somehow. be safe. I'm gonna wait till they come back because I don't know how far away the thing is. I didn't even do anything. Come on. That's cool. I probably should have just gone up. Fuck. Run, run, run! No! Oh, okay, nice, nice, nice. I was worried I was gonna have to start all the way back. Oh fuck, I'm an idiot. Ooh. Who knew Dave was so talented? I assume there's a guard coming back, right? Otherwise I'd be standing here a mighty long time. Hello? Military ration. Ration eater. Oh. Good to know. I thought I was... Maybe that was the point, that you thought that you were gonna get caught. Looks like an office. Looks like it contains some medical parts here. Man, I miss my warm, clean bed at home. Keep the Sea Blue poster. I can't believe what they've been doing behind everyone's backs. It has a drawing of the Sea Blue research. Wait, isn't this me in the picture? Core component to the Sea Blue tech suit. It looks quite complicated. Good, here it is. Let me take it. Now what are you gonna do, huh? Dave? What the fuck? That's quite an oversight they made. Do I have to now escape? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I guess so, but I don't think that's the type of diving he's used to. Oh, Dave, you came back in one piece. Well, I sense a lack of trust in your voice regarding my survival skills. Haha, come on, take a look at this thing. The Sea Blue's mechanical part. In pristine condition. Why didn't you warn me of the armed pirates? Honestly, I didn't know of their presence. Anyway, I found many pieces of equipment used to process and freeze fish at Sea Blue's base. And I believe they caught some dolphins as well. Isn't Sea Blue a group of environmentalists? Doesn't that make them hypocrites? Knowing that they've been exposed might make them more dangerous. You better be careful. Anyways, get some rest. It's getting late. I'll talk to Dr. Bacon tomorrow. Can I save now, please? Blocks. Whoa. I went home late and couldn't sleep well last night. Haha, you did a good job last night. Let's go to report to Dr. Bacon. Or he will report to us. Hey Dave, I hear that you acquired an intact mechanical part? Yes, with difficulties. Here, take it. Yes, this is it. Good job, Dave. I'm gonna say Dov. Okay, now I have everything I need. I will go to the lab and craft a cold-resistant suit, but I'm worried about the fact that the glacial area is unstable. I suggest you get a good weapon as well as a good suit. Ah, there's a new material developed in the lab. Dive knife can be upgraded. Yes! As usual, you could upgrade it through iDiver. Upgrading the dive knife not only increases the hack power, but you can also mine minerals that previously could only be mined with a pickaxe. Yeah, then I have to look for a pickaxe. Yeah, give me a day to craft the suit. See you tomorrow. See, like, this game doesn't make you struggle just for the sake of struggling. Cold resistant suit, I wonder what it'll look like. Like Miss Dr. Bacon said, a suit won't be enough to protect yourself. Don't you think you should bring a weapon? I think so too. I'll go ask Doc. Nice. Enhance the knife, increases base damage, and allows you to gather higher quality materials. Oh my god, that never ends. Hey Dave, have a good night's sleep? Yes, did you? No, I didn't actually. Did you spend enough time talking with Sammy yesterday? Of course, we haven't seen each other for so long before yesterday, so we definitely had a good time. By the way, I want to show you something. Come to the farm if you have time. Grind never stops. Oh, it's chickens! Huh? Chickens? And, Sammy, what happened to your clothes?
Get out.
Hey, yo, I talked to my pops yesterday and got all sentimental, you know what I'm saying? I became a rapper because I love music, but I got tired of that celeb life.
Yeah.
I think we could use them to cook with. I'll give them to you when you get here. Take them to the cook. When you get here, you mean like walking across the field? So you quit music? No, I'll stay here and enjoy my rural life and nature while writing some new songs, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I can release some new songs at any time online these days, and it's so easy to do that. Aha. By the way, what's up with that chicken? I shared some food with the neighbors and they gave me this chicken in return. I wanted to make yummy fried chicken, but my son wanted to let it lay eggs. He made a chicken farm overnight. He reminds me of my younger self.
Yeah.
Haha, I got inspiration from the rhythm of the hammer, you know? It warms my heart to see you and your son together. Speaking of chicken, from now on I offer you eggs at my farm. Oh, eggs you say? I can't give you more than one egg because there's only one chicken on the farm. But if you want more chickens, ask Sammy. Remember, 1 chicken per egg per day, a day, no more.
Yeah.
Blech. There are 2 grades for eggs, grade A and grade B. Good grade chickens lay good grade eggs.
Yeah.
I'll stay here with my pops. Come visit me often, yo. Eggs, huh? Bancho's menu will be expanded for sure. You can now raise chickens. You can acquire eggs in the morning. Try to develop new recipes. Expand the field to 2 rows. Growth fertilizer. God. It just keeps going and going and going. Oh, can I pick these now? What do I want to make now? Some garlic. Garlic is always good. Oops. Oh, it's raining. I'll have to do it. White chicken. Rename. We can name the chicken. If you have any ideas, let me know. The sound of water and insects here feels like a beat sometimes, yo. I should make this into a song one of these days. Oh, song one of these days. Hip hop is not just about glamorous city life. No, I didn't mean to make it like screaming. I think she likes her name. Lays normal eggs. What should we name our black chicken? Any suggestions? Duck. Duck it is. That's cool. Mosquito funny. Cook stuff. Vegetable sushi made by Mr. Bancho, yo. I can feel the soul put into it. I'm surprised that... Oh, okay. Max upgraded the knife casually. It's fine. Dodgeball at its finest.
Hapeptuna. 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 Do some more chanting. Hapeptuna. 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 너무 좋아. Hapeptuna. Hapeptuna. Hapeptuna.
The struggle that my model has to try and follow my head movement.
Hapeptuna. 성은 고추 이름은 참치라 you know 태평양 다랑어 출신 밥도둑으로 유명 간장게게장 스팸과 어깨 나란히 아지도 말없이 참치 캔을 찾았지 어딘지
hurting my neck now.
슈퍼에서 농가에 숨바꼭질
This is a
잡았다
cool song.
연서거나 큰 놈은
I don't understand it, but it's cool.
비교되는 이 사이즈 고추가 비싼 간에 주변엔 고추만 있어 너 끝은 집으로 난 컴백 밥상 위에다가 조심히 drop that 페퍼투나 캔들 때 방심하면 안돼 손가락 케첩 범벅돼 잘 익은 고추 참치를 흰밥에
That's what happens when you rig it in 2 hours.
이를 보장하지 누구의 생각 뚝딱 비워버렸어 반찬 중에 가 페퍼투나 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 페퍼투나
That's like way too much effort on my part. I'm just like silently sweating. I'm not actually sweating, but it's, you know, mentally it felt like that. But yeah, the people who made this game are Korean. How's it going, Dave? It's been a while. What can I do for you? I'm going to explore the glacial area, and I'm not sure if the weapon I have will be enough. Ah, the huge glacial area in the deep sea. I've heard about your mission. I planted a tracker in the gun. You could have told me that earlier. But the one I can craft now, with the ingredients I have, will not be that different, unless I can get my hands on some new minerals. Dave, I know you frequent the Sea People Village. Why don't you look for new materials there? Speaking of the village, I wonder how the Sea People Workshop is going. I should pay it a visit. Save. What does this mean? That little thingy. And the guys, when the eyes get all big, you know it's real. I'll be sure to include that type of feature in my final form. I don't think you can hear the airplane, but I was just thinking, like, you know how you can always hear sirens? It's like, what about the airplane, huh? Okay, how do I change this? Yeah. It looks like I might not be able to open my eyes wide unless my mouth is open. Hey, kitty cat. Kitty cat, kitty cat. Beautiful kitty. March 22nd, 5:24 p.m. Right, and call law offices. Let me just bring up this. Move it over here. Squish it this way. Okay. I'm sticking my up, sticking my up. There, Pearls. Oh, let me lower the volume a bit. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I just can't go that high. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition that we had to get was a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Engard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, you don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right, so... Hey, you guys. I'm glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy. Looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. Just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now. What do you want, Gumshoe? So what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that! Oh, what am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming on at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that prove Mr. Engard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I've got lots of experience investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I will take care of it all. Yeah, you should absolutely try it. I think you'd really like it. Have a good evening. Things are popping by. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's go. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? That was the first time I ever saw Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like that. He didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, Val? Why would she want to— no, I mean almost need to frame Mr. Engard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all that day. Then you're saying that the testimony was a lie? Not a lie, per se, it just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Usk. I'm a dummy dumb. Ace, Torny. Such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to trial by a pistol pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth says she was in stable condition, but well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done with taking the bullet out, but she's probably resting in the hospital. Which one? What? Are you gonna visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Let her whip us, Mr. Nick? Oh god. Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. Oh no, that name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Never thought I'd come back to this place. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? Hi. Wait a second. You're— yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hottie. Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director. Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma? You don't need to worry, yes. She's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Yes, and that surgery, it all went well. Okay. Thank you so much. Sleep well and have a safe travel. You have my gratitude. It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent had a gun after all. Her opponent was a gun after all. They make it sound like it wasn't like the gun was a person or something. And when I snuck up on her, real secret-like, she would scream real loud. Yes. I see. Yeah, but she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it. He's such a creep. Nah. Go back to your room. You're so mean. My frisky Friska. But that's too. Okay. Yes, it's time for my IV drops. Yes. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix White? I knew I should have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it is no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even have full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding. One has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I just don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Engard, you told Miss Andrews not to testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky. You were lucky, Mr. Phoenix White. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All the while, hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not, I have only one objective. To find Engard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix White. The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Engard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? You wanna go out? Okay. My kitty cat, meow meow. I open the door and then he just looks back at me and doesn't move. Goes back into the room. What?
Yeah, kitty cat. This is for you, I kiss you.
Because of that, she's now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She is just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me.
What's wrong? Why did she cut you off?
Probably because she thinks I have the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. What happened today at that trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in that court today. It's rare for you. Witness! That That card! Give it to me, hurry! Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This... I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That card, what in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright, this is top secret information. You can absolutely not leak this. A special investigations team had existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelley DeKiller. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin. The best at that. An assassin? I knew it was related to DeKiller. I think someone's at the door. So who is this Shelley DeKiller? DeKiller is the name of a long-standing line of assassins.
Long-standing?
The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the DeKiller name. So because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims.
Why would he do something like that?
We think it's a part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was him who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. You see, the killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So do you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? How is Phoenix not put two and two together yet? Like, the name DeKiller is very not common. It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelley DeKiller, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You are behaving in a very strange manner. Is there something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I'll prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow.
Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to...
Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity.
Mr. Nick?
There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go off of. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right, listen. You need to know something. Juan Carrito was killed by Shelley DeKiller. And the client who ordered the job is Matt Engard. Your own client. Please, stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you'll need this.
What is it?
The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we're looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelley DeKiller. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they'll let you enter. Letter of introduction. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. Engard hired an assassin?
No way! I mean, he doesn't have a psyche lock.
Yeah,
I guess not. Well, that's me, because he's not the one who literally did the killing. He just ordered it. So for him, he probably doesn't count that as having done the killing. Maya, please, all I ask is that you make it home, safe and sound. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try and try the card trick out with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. What's this? It feels like there are lots of glass bottles here. And these, they feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry. And not really thirsty. There's all sorts of things here piled up, but it's too dark to see. It's funny because it's like, you know, not that dark. I've unlocked the door with this card. I should probably go and take a look around. What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. All these videos? Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. A picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. I think she's the one who was the original, oh god, she was the mentor of Juan. No, not Juan, mentor of Andrews. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue. That's weird. What is Figurine doing here on the sofa, like in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Oh, how cute. It's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Oh hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch is and all this thing. Drat. There goes my plan to use something somehow to get out of here. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. I think it's funny that VCR is considered an electronic gadget. But what's an antenna doing here? Ugh, locked, of course. It doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through here. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Yeah. It seems that your right is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways, you mean? Dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! Excuse me. March 22nd, 7:04 p.m. Mr. Nick. Oh yes, Pearls? Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engard. But I think I should listen to a story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. This must be the waiting area. It's got the feeling of one there and the sofas are lined up. I don't see all that many patients. Yes, well, visiting hours are over, that's why. It's time for nightly consultations to begin. Mine, that is. Isn't there anyone keeping an eye on this guy? This is the clinic's reception desk, but doesn't look like anyone's at the counter. On the wall is this month's word to the wise. Put your best foot forward. Putting this up in a general clinic like this doesn't really mean much, does it? This patient is undergoing rehabilitation. Wasn't that patient standing in the same spot last time you came to visit? Oh. Doesn't look like they moved any closer to the reception desk. This clinic is really doing anything? Is that patient really getting better? Hey, don't just cut into my monologue like this. I'm explaining things here. Oh, sorry. Yes. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to get this dialogue. I wonder where that door down there leads to. Oh, that's the X-ray room. Yes. How did you know what I was thinking? Yes. Well, it's the X-ray room. Yes. There's something very peculiar about this guy because I know it's not me. I don't know if that's the same dialogue he had last time. So yeah, in case you, after this section, not this section, after this, yeah, I guess section, you know, this part of the game is over because it's gonna end soon enough. That's when I'll stop the stream. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are closed for today. Oh. Ugh. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yes, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Engard. Ah, here you go.
What did he write? Is it something really important?
I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. Do you think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright?
This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now.
Yeah, I guess. It's note jammed into a pocket. A client's request is a request. I guess I should go check up on his cat. March 22nd.
All right, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to for Mystic Mind's sake. You shall not pass.
Miss Oldbag.
Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again, although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised, but as for something more valuable, I want Edgy Boy's heart. And that's all your fault. You've been awakening to the beast inside this old bag.
Arrgh. Did she faint? Oh.
Miss Oldbag. Keep your hands off me. This helmet's airtight. No air is going in, no air gets out.
Then why do you keep putting it on?
Don't you think you can get me to move with silly questions? You're gonna have to defeat me if you want to get by.
I'm not hearing this. I want to give her the letter of introduction. I'll ignore her for now. March 22nd, Engard Mansion. Sure is dark. I'll turn on the light. Whoa. Wow. So this is what a star house looks like. Must be nice to be rich.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find this Shu. Let's find Shu, the kitty cat. Shu. So I guess this is Shu. Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu.
The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. Oh no. There's a killer. May I help you with something, Mr. Oh, we're lawyers, actually. I'm Mr. Engard's lawyer. The Masters. Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I'm the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you. That seems unusual, considering that the guy would be worried if he knew he had a butler. You
must know all sorts of things about Mr. Engard, don't you? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought that Mr. Engard was the kind to have a maid over a butler. Oh, I would have thought. It's a very cute cat you got there. It's my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies you. And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Matt's note is crumpled and thrown away. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young, and yet so accomplished. A master at law. But there's also a lot to be proud of, being a butler in charge of a house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. Oh. Creepy. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. This old bag? If you would look. What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgy-poo! Ugh. Is that her perfume, Pheromone d'Amour I smell? Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy-poo said so, you understand? I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. If you do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know nothing's going to come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are not meant to be told as... feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. Out of 10. Yeah, what? What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Engard's room today. Why? Why? The police main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel. Hey, city boy! Lotta, you're still here. Reckon, of course. An investigative photographer eats or stars on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know? Something like's always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Forgiven. Forgiven? A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear, like corn, to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? She knows it was that's why. I want to speak to you about the night of the murder. What? You're really gonna shell out some bucks for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourselves, Phoenix, here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around, got a few autographs, shook a few hands, and had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in the hall the entire time. I guess that means there's only one who can tell us who came and went that night. So about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about Engard shoving his manager lady into Kurita? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not believe it. You believe in that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you gotta get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull dooders. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like that? Like my grandpa used to. Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? Oh, that's him. That's Lotta saying that. Or am I shrinking here? My baby. My $1,600 baby. What's with that red coat prosecutor anyhow? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, it's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that red coat's friend, ain't you? Put in a few good words for me and get back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good after about 5 hours, I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself in a camera, make sure you bring it to right to me. Would you please just leave already? Oh. I don't know who's making that sound or why. Mr. Nick! What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? I hate evil ghosts. What? I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me? Watch who you're calling a demon, rat. Ah! Zoinks! That's an alien. Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here? What's wrong with youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Han, and you're disturbing me. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by the fraud of the photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecile look on her face. Imbecilic look on her face. With that imbecilic look on her face? Okay, got it. Now hold there, little pipsqueak. If you're gonna take notes, at least make them sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working on that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit more about Mr. Kurita. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Engard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Had luck in that, you know. But he was going to become even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. That's the same thing she said about the other guy she was supporting. It showed the mountain of feelings his fans have for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents, they're all bears, right? She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because he can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story! Look, it's just like one of these young people's dreams. I can see you two are tuckered out, down by the river going, hey, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too. Did all that really happen? That's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. Startled me. I thought I was gonna die for a second. 8 p.m.? That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, right? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. A transceiver. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Oh, this is not a phone. Maya! Oh wait, he's talking to her. Maya, how's Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good. No, Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a non-guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please, please let Maya say something. I want to hear that she's alright. Alright. A little... What's all this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems... bad. Time to connect. Damn it, did the receiver just break? Excuse me. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Mystic Maya. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have a look at the electronics expert. I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Okay, there's 2 more rooms. March 22nd, Raiden Law offices. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal, out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You gotta be kidding. And here I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one thing I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here, I'm offering. I wonder if I should ask him about... What I should ask him about. What I should ask him about. Ugh. Why can't I speak? The transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick. You should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. What thing? Oh yeah, that thing will just break and, just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself? That's strange, I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe. Maybe what? Maybe it was an electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference? So what is this electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy, starts acting funny, right? Huh? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and it's like when you use a dryer next to the TV and the TV starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. So that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in with that interference, when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something in there sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like, a listening device or something? Ah! Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Kurita's room, at the scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct to get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Wait, come shoot. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! We should go too, Nick. Alright, let's go. Okay, last room. Where am I going again? Let's go 10 million miles just to go to one room. March 22nd. Gatewater Hotel. Hey, you're finally here, pal. So sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Because suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of those police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper? It looks a little broken. Hey, this is made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh? By who? Me, of course. Ah, seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? It'll work. Just trust me, pal. It will do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity, so it's gonna beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. Isn't it better that way? Well, anyway, since I brought this all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting the sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or something. Some sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're gonna find it, right? Right. Now first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong the signal is picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press enter to lock on it. There's a lot of things in here that's gonna give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious. Okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna stand outside and keep a lookout. Give me a yell if you find a bug. Got it, pal? This is just a giant stuffed bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen. It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find something yet? The listening device, I mean. No, not yet, but this bear's eye is... Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig into this big fella's eye out and see what we got. No, you can't. Such a violent act. No. That's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. A what-a-meter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is that more of that high-tech stuff? So this tiny thing is a camera? Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder is within this... is where the tape is somewhere else. Somewhere else? The footage is changed into radio waves and sent through that recorder. Is that actually a thing? So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right. Spy camera added to the court record. How did we even figure that out? By we, I mean humans. So this is the transmitter. It's a device that sends the footage to the camera to a specific location. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at certain times with it. You can set it for a certain time? Yep. Let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go on for 1 hour. 8 p.m. That was the time the awards ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have a whole clear shot of the whole crime, pal. Transmitter added to the court record. So there was a camera in this bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Kurita this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there has got a video of what happened here that night. It's probably the killer. Isn't there a way that we can find out who this person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh. Is there really no way to find out? Stuffed bear added to the court record. I got it. What? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? I'm gonna go around an electronics shop and see who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Spy camera. Give him to Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Eehee. He's gone. Yeah. But Mr. Scruffy Detective is sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mr. Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? You'll have to excuse me, I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see, thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera inside this stuffed animal. You're one lucky man, right? Do you know the stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that the Scatterbrain detective just took with him are dead ends. Things like these can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Can you really? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. See you soon, right? Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right, until the court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Kurita? The real killer? Do you really think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Juan Kurita's real killer and Miss Andrews' past. The kidnapper whose sole condition is acquittal for Mr. Engard. And this card, Shelley the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. Ooh, I feel like I just ran a marathon. It wasn't even as long of a stream as normal, but I just pooped. Okay, that's it for me today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully I'm a little bit more energized and we can do something else. But yeah. Have a good evening. Bye.